have Keith Gillian with Rockin' G Angus. We look forward to a good day.
Welcome back. Our first run is going very well today. This obstacle, they have to enter on this side and then exit between the two barrels. The next obstacle is they have to go to that far corner. And this is a good run to give you the layout on how the course is going to be for the open class on the second round of open class. And then they exit, they enter the box and they exit. And then they head over to the weave. That one cow, and I got a good stop on that first cow. Entering in the right spot and then down through the weave. Once the last cow exits this weave, the handler can leave the post and go assist his dog in the last obstacle. Now this last obstacle is actually 2 and 1, so they have to get the cattle inside, and then that is one obstacle. They'll get the cows inside this obstacle, and then they have to do a sort. So once all the cattle are in there that he wants to take, then they will do a sort. And the sort is 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. It does not matter, just as long as one cow's head exits, or sorry, one cow exits one end or the other. And this was a perfect run of how the open class course is going to be for today. It is, they get 8 minutes on this round 2.
Dwayne Hurlman and Quinn completed that round with a time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Leonard Marorrow with Gus. On deck, we have Keith Gillian with Rockin' G Angus. And in the hole, we have Jeff Meyers with Tate.
I will let you know that yesterday, that handler and dog that just ran it took first yesterday and is sitting in a good spot to be taking it first again today. I do not want to jinx anybody today, but that was a great run to start out with. And yesterday, this dog and handler finished in the top 10 yesterday. Eight-minute courses today. And the first one is these cows are coming out and they are excited. The dog's got to stop the dogs from coming up to this corner. Yesterday, this is where they exhausted. So they really want to head over to this corner. And the first obstacle is around the pin. So they have to go around the pin and down the alley. And then entering the box, and this box here is where the handler has to stay. So the handler stays in this little box right here. So once they get into this box, he has to exit out of the side. So it is between the camera where we're sitting and that barrel right there. Dog got Hung up on the barrel for just a second, but figured he wanted to go on the other side. And then they have to go into the corner. The far corner over there is the next obstacle. And this dog just wanted to get in there just a little bit. They really want that weave. Yesterday, all the cattle didn't liked that weave. So as soon as you posted them that direction, they wanted to go in that weave, and kind of looks like they're gonna like the weave again today. He's getting his dog to go back and forth. He's trying not to get his dog to get into these cattle's faces just so that they don't all break up in 3 different directions. So he's just trying to get his dogs to go back and forth. So they entered that corner and then they exit. When they come out to get their points, they have to come out in between those 2 barrels. So right there he is coming out. So he scored on that 3rd obstacle. Now he's trying to get the dog around the cattle to stop him, and unfortunately he didn't get that done in the time he wanted. So he's going to come back into this corner now, and the handler could help his dog, like he is doing right now, as long as he stays within this box. And they got to get him into that far corner again. It kind of looks like yesterday. So if you watched yesterday, this box is exactly like yesterday. So they just have to enter on this side and exit on the far side. He's having a hard time getting this dog to get these cattle just to move out of this corner. So he scored on that one. Cattle are now on a nice trot to go into the weave, which, like I said yesterday, they like the weave. And it looks like again today they're going to enjoy this weave. So they like to go in there. We'll trot. Now once the last cow exits this, he can leave and go help his dog. All right, now this is one of the spots that we do not want the dog to get in on the cattle and separate them. It's because it's hard to get him to come back and enter that. So they entered very nicely. He kept everything calm, kept his dog exactly where he wanted him. Now the cows are in. He's going to do a sort. So he's going to take one out. And then now he's got to get the other 2 out of that where they entered. So, and like I said, it's a 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Doesn't matter. Very nice run.
Leonard Marorrow and Gus finished out with a time of 4 minutes and 1 second and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Keith Gillian with Rockin' G Angus. On deck, we have Jeff Meyers with Tate. And in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Slink.
All right, now I am going to try to keep up on letting you know how the handler and dog did yesterday. So if I do mess up, I do apologize, but that way you can see where these guys are sitting. So tomorrow is the finals, and they take the top 20 dogs, so just so you get a little feel. So yesterday, this dog and handler placed in the top 10. Starting good, get called his dog. These cattle do want to come into this corner, so the handler is going to step back. This first time the handler has done this, step back into this corner so he can assist his dog so they can get him pushed out of that corner, which has worked very nice. Now cattle will kind of go back to that other corner, so he's going to have to keep the cows from doing that. Easier said than done, but they want to stay out of this end. Now they want to go to the other end of the arena, so he's got to get everybody gathered back up and get him pushed over to the other side of the arena. Each obstacle is, or sorry, each cow that goes through an obstacle is worth 10 points. And you can have one cattle go through to move on. So if you just feel like that's all that's going to get accomplished today and you just got one through, then just take the one and move on. That is fine. They can definitely do that. So what he's trying to do now is get them to go on the right side of the barrel. I do apologize. I'm going to have to figure out my north, south, east, and west for those who know this area. I get backwards when I sit here in Denver, but they need to go on the right side of the barrel and then around the barrel and exit in between the two barrels. Having a little problem getting them gathered up and head the right direction, but he is going to go through the weave, which doesn't hurt him at all, keeps him on that fence line where he needs them to be. So he's using that obstacle just to keep them through the fence line. So that obstacle was not part of this yet. So we are working on the third one, exit. Now he has to have the cattle exit between the barrels. And then his next obstacle is on the, this dog is not taking the right direction as the handler wanted. So he needed them to go through the barrels and then on the left side of the second barrel here, the barrel closest to us on that. And this dog's got, unfortunately, these cows wild and crazy right now. So the handler just told his dog just to here. He backed the dog off a little bit, got everything calm, talked to his dog a little bit, and now he's going to send his dog back out. Sometimes it just needs to be done. And so now they got to enter. And this just is a box, so he has to enter on this side and then exit through the other side. So once again, this is just a box. Very nice. Now, the next, oh, this cow. Oh, unfortunately, the cow went on the wrong side of the barrel. So now what this handler can do is he did score on 2 of the cattle. So he can take those points and move on, or he can retry. And it looks like he is going to try to retry that. All right, we're back in the corner, and looks like we entered and exit, so he got all of the points for that obstacle. He got 30. Now, once again, these cows know that this is over here. They know that's the next obstacle, so they're going through. So one by one, they are entering and exiting, and now the handler can leave the post and go help. It is a pin and a sort, this last obstacle, a pin and a sort. And if you're out here today, it is a little chilly. We do have a lot of spectators out today with us already, which is nice to see. And it's 36 degrees and the wind is blowing just slightly. If you're listening from the Wyoming, Montana area, I hear the weather is a little bit colder and the wind is blowing. Anybody in this area, I hear that it's about the same. And of course, if you're hearing from the Texas area, it is chilly. So this gentleman here got the sort, got the pin, and got the sort. He did different than anybody else, but it worked out for him. So he is finished.
That completes Keith Gillian's run with Rockin' G Angus for a time of 5 minutes and 11 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Now we will have Jeff Meyers with his dog Tate. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Slink, and in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zenny.
help things move along, we after you get done with your time, then you and your dog have to help exhaust the cattle. So when we finish up, then you'll see the handler and dog help the cattle into the exhaust. This is, once again, not part of their obstacles or anything like that. It just helps get everything move along very nicely. And these cows wanted to go out, but unfortunately they guess they wanted to stay out and play a little bit longer. So this dog gets a little bit more work on a cold morning, but he got him in. If you guys see anybody throughout this weekend and anybody throughout the whole shows, and you see them with the volunteer shirts or badges, please thank them. This is, especially today, very cold outside. The wind is picking up tremendously, so it is chilly today. It was chilly yesterday, and they are out here helping us, volunteering, so we appreciate them. So thank them through all the next 2 weeks. It doesn't end with them once the shows are over. They're here before it starts and they're here after, so we just thank them. Jeff and Tate yesterday did place in the Tate and Jeff placed second yesterday, so they did a very good run yesterday. And they're coming out. These cows are coming out and they're taking a trot, which does help speed some things up, keep things going, and sometimes you get cows that just ignore the dog. Now these cattle decided to go into the weave, so he has to, if he wants all points, he has to take them back across the line and retry it. Now if he just decided to take the one cow, because he did get points on one cow, that was fine, but if he wants all points, he has to retry, and he's going to go and retry this and get all of them to come through. Worked in his favor. Everybody went really smooth. Now they do need to go into that far corner, and he got him turned. Very nice. They all have to go on the right-hand side of the barrel, so right-hand side. So unfortunately, those did not go, so he's got to push them back across and then retry it. And this one cow here just really is wanting to go into that corner, so this dog's working really hard on getting this cow not to. And unfortunately, this cow's made up its mind. So it's going to be a little more work for the dog, but it's not the end for them, or they've got plenty of time to get this, to get them all grouped back up. There he goes. And what he did there was he took those other two cows and put them back with that one cow, because that one cow alone was just blowing past the dog. But as a group, it seemed to be okay. So he put them back together, and he's going to nicely walk them over to that far corner. And this handler here has whistles and, of course, voice, but some of these handlers just have the voice. It just depends on the dog, the atmosphere, on what they choose to use. And they got him on the right side of the barrel. Oh, I was gonna say that red cow, but the dog got in there and stopped him. So we entered that far barrel, then came out between the two barrels, and now we have to get him back into this corner, into the box, just like as of yesterday's courses. We have to get them into that corner. I am not the official timer, but I do watch the time on these guys, just so you know he's got plenty of time. We're about halfway through his allowed time on this, so he's got good time. And yesterday, since he did place second yesterday, this dog and handler are automatically in the finals that are happening tomorrow. So if you place in the top 3 in yesterday's round or today's round, you're automatically in the finals. So this dog and handler automatically go to the finals tomorrow. Not that this run is easing any of that. It is frustrated when it's not working out for you, but Jeff should be pretty proud of this dog as of yesterday. They did make the finals. Be proud of the dog today. He is doing a great job. Now the handler can leave. And the handler has 2 jobs. And then the handler has to block one of the holes and also watch one of the sides. So the handler can help and just make sure that the dog did not take the right. So he does have to enter on that far side. So where the handler is standing is where the cattle have to enter. They cannot enter on this top side. And if they do, they have to go in and out. So there we go. So now he has to stop the cattle and get him pushed back into the corner now. The handler has decided to take the other side of the pin. And I'm not sure how much of this pin you can see, but it's 2 panels are in there, so it's kind of like a little bit of a weave in there. So the cattle, it's not just an open like it was yesterday. So kind of the cattle don't see the open as much, so it's kind of like a blind sight. So when they look in there, all they see is a panel, so they think they're getting blocked in. They don't see a straight open. So the cattle are not going in as easy as yesterday for Tate. But Tate is doing a great job of keeping him blocked so he doesn't come back over to the exhaust. Now we got him to look in there. Oh no, that one got out. And I know you guys cannot hear the handler, but it's fun to listen to the handlers and what they talk to their dog and everything, because Jeff just said to Tate, all right, Tate, we're going to try this again. You know, it's just a way to calm everything down and get started all over again. And it's just a communication that the dogs and handlers have throughout, if they're in the trials or if they're working on the ranch or if they're just riding around the pickup truck. It's the connection that they have is really nice. And as soon as Jeff had said that to Tate, it kind of seemed like everything calmed down and it looks like they're going to be able to get this done. So now once again, Jeff has one job right now, and that's to make sure that these 2 cows, or the 2 cows can come out or 1 cow come out, but he can't have all 3 come out. It's got to have a sort. And if he messes this up, I don't think Tate's going to forgive him. Oh, there we go. All right. We did it. We got it done. All right, we're waiting for the judge and timers to get, I believe it looks like maybe their mic isn't working very well, but we're going to take a run and then we'll get his time. So Bob and Slick are up. They did place in the top 5 yesterday. So this team right here placed in the top 5 yesterday. So a little bit of overflanking, and when he did that, he stopped that last cow. That last cow got a little confused on what was going on. So a little overflanking on that, but recovered well and got him into this little box here. So they have to enter the box and then exit to get their time. Bob stepped in the way, so that one cow did not see that. And then they have to go over to that far corner. This dog does a good job about just stopping the cows from going where they think they need to go. And these cows are doing, I mean, so far we haven't had any of them that are fighting. Oh no, they went through the weave. This is not part of it. So this is not, that obstacle comes in later. So we're still working on obstacle 3. But these cattle have been fairly good. I don't want to jinx anything. Yesterday they were fairly good about giving in to the dog. They're a little feistier today, so all the dogs seem to be having to work a little bit more, but they're not bad. The cattle are not bad. They're still giving off to a dog. So they entered the right direction. They have exited. This is, if you kind of look at it and you're sitting there watching it, it kind of is half of a figure 8. So when they're going on this, kind of look at it as a half of a figure 8. They go around the barrel, in between the barrels, and then they have to go back around this barrel that's closest to. So they have to go back into this corner. So this is half of a figure 8 if you want to look at it that direction. But this obstacle here is they enter here, and then they exit right there. So they got all of their points there. They do not have to go in between the barrels on that last part like this cow did to make the full figure 8. It is half of a figure 8. So this one cow is being left behind. And now he's going to go through the figure 8. And he's going to do it. Oh, he missed it. So now Bob can take the 2 he has and move on, or he can retry everybody. Bob does have plenty of time. So him retrying it, he's not going to run out of time. As long as everybody agrees to go the right direction, then he should be still okay. And there they go. All right, now all of them. Bob redid it. Everybody's doing good. We're all facing the right direction, and we go through that weave. And Bob is going to leave the handler's post now and try to block them because they like this corner. They do. So Bob just has his dog lying down there. The cattle can see the dog. He doesn't. The dog is working as a fence back there, so. No, that one cow just did not want to. He was the leader of everybody, and he did not want to play. So we do have the one cow inside. So Bob's going to hold this cow in there, and hopefully he can get the other ones to come in. Now, this is going to be hard on the dog because Bob cannot leave his post where he is at now, or that cow will exit out of there. So now this dog has to work both sides. Got that side done very nice. And then he's got to do this side as well. Bob's still not leaving his post. There we are. Now we're going to do the sort. So he can have 2 come out. He can have 1 come out. He stopped it. He got 1 out. Now he's going to have the dog come over and send the other 2 out. A nice run. We've had very nice runs. If you see Bob today or in the future, give him a big thank you for everything he does. He's one of 4 that helps put
Jeff
this all
Meyers
on.
and his dog Tate finished out at 8 minutes with 180 points. Bob Wagner and Slink finished out with a time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds with a total score of 210 points. We will now have Jan Wagner with Zenny, On deck, we'll have Kent Herbel with XP Lexi, and in the hole, we have Becky Kums with Sadie.
All right, on to the next handler and dog. Give me 1 second here. I need to see where they placed yesterday. So they did not have the best run yesterday. They did place in the top 20. So they did have a good run. They're going to... Very nice. Now yesterday, if I remember correctly, she has multiple dogs, but if I remember this one correctly, this is the one that she has to walk up and lie down and walk up and lie down, because she knows this dog can get in to the cattle and get them going 3 different directions, and she doesn't want that. So today doesn't look like she's going to have to do that as much, but she does do a lot of, and as you can tell, she is walking the dog up and lying it down. So it's nice to, when the handlers really read their dogs, read the cattle, know what they need to, know where to put their dog in a situation like today. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but the wind is starting to really pick up. The flags are blowing. And unfortunately, it makes it a little bit chillier. Very nice. That dog got those cattle creeping on their side. So now they have to go around the barrel, counterclockwise, and then exit in between the 2 barrels. Very nice. Now this dog's got to get there and stop them because she wants them to go around the other barrel. For what I'm referring to is a half figure 8. Yesterday, if you guys watched us, the morning runs, the cows were moving a little bit slower, and then as the weather started to get warm, they started to perk up and get a little bit happier. And I would have to go along and say that it's going to look like it was yesterday. These cows are just a little cold, trying to warm up a little bit, but once that sun started warming everything up, they got a little excited. So we have 29 dogs in this class, and then after we run with the open, then the intermediate will run. We'll get it once we get closer to the end. We'll know a little bit time-wise on when intermediate is going to start. And she entered and exited just beautiful. Keeping a nice little tight leash on the dog. Dog has not gotten these cattle worked up or anything. Just a nice little run onto the weave. And this handler here does a lot of behind the scenes for this trial to happen as well. So she does the little things that add up to large things. So if you see her this weekend or anytime throughout the trial year, oh, these cows just missed the opening of that weave, which was her next obstacle. Please give her a big thank you. She is behind the scenes doing little things that add up to a lot. This dog right now is having a lot of patience, just backing this dog up. Very nice. We started over, got it done. This dog's just doing a little bit, I to say a little bit fast on these cattle. She laid that dog down. She knew that it might be a mess, so she laid the dog down and got it taken care of. So very nice. These cows are staying calm. No one's moving too fast. That black one I thought was going to walk in, but this dog is going to back that cow into the pen. And how he gets that cow in does not matter, just as long as the cow gets into the pen. So that was really, really nice. So now she's got them in the pen. And so her job is to make sure that only 1 or 2 cows come on the top. So she got one. She's going to block the hole. She's going to call her dog and get the other 2 cows out the other way. So that was a nice run. Everything stayed calm. She read her dog. She read the cattle. She knew that she just had to make sure that that dog did not get in with those cattle too much. Nice to see.
That completes Jan Wagner's run with Zenny with a total time of 5 minutes and 37 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Kent Herbel with XP Lexi. On deck, we have Becky Kums with Sadie. And in the hole, we have Sarah Joe Gam with JC Digger.
All right, once again, I'm going to let you know how that yesterday, each dog and handler did yesterday. If I do mess up, I do apologize. It does look like that this dog and handler ended up finishing 4th yesterday. So you wave to the cows and slowly walking out. Oh, here they come. Now they're on the run. So yesterday, the handler always constantly was sending the dogs away to me, and now today they're sending them by the come by. So it's been really nice to see dogs go different direction. It's not always, you know, this trial wasn't the same. It's not always sending them come out, way to me, way to me. They set up this course so that the dog had to be going both directions to be strong, and it's, you get to see the different styles, the way the dogs work different, the way the handlers do things different. This is course from yesterday is definitely testing the ability of the handler and the dog. Now, I've noticed with this handler today and yesterday, this run here, is he has stopped the cattle from taking off and running. Now, I don't know the whistles, so I don't know if the dog just overflanked and it worked out in the benefit of it, or if the handler is trying to get the cattle from just taking off and running and he wants everybody to stay together. I'm not sure on that. It just seems to work however it's been going. So we got everybody grouped back up, and now hopefully we can get them going into the right direction. All right, there we are. Now we got them in. Now they have to exit out in between the 2 barrels. Very nice. Now he's going to hopefully get him stopped. Unfortunately, the dog didn't. There we are. Did get him stopped in time. Now the handler can help the dog as long as he stays within this box. And then he did step up and block the cows from coming. Gave his little dog less work to do, which is nice to see when the handler helps when he can. He knows his dog's out there working as hard as he can, so. And this handler here does whistles and voice, so a lot of them do just the whistles, or they'll do the voice when the dog gets closer. But I've noticed too that when he wants to get pretty serious with the dog, bring the dog back, make the dog listen a little bit more, he takes the whistles out and uses his voice. And the cows are slowly making it to the weave. Looking at the scenery as it goes. And there we are. Now we're out. Now, not sure if he planned it this way, but a lot of the cattle that were coming out were running out of that weave, and it was hard for the handler to stop the cows and regroup, where his cattle came out very nice and slow, and they just walked right in, except for one cow. Thought he could take a different route. Now, the handler has two jobs. He has to hold this hole right here, and he also has to watch that side so that the dog doesn't have to do tons of work. So it's really hard when you have one cow that doesn't go in. Now he's got to restart everything. So it's really hard when one cow doesn't go in, because it's more work for your dog, because you have to watch a hole plus watch one side. So unfortunately, this didn't work out. He's got plenty of time to regather everything and get the pin and sort. He got him in. He got the one out. He got a good sort. Calls the dog around. Let him know to push the others two cows right back out.
That completes Kent Herbel's run with dog XP Lexi with a time of 4 minutes and 48 seconds and a score of 210 points. Up next, we have Becky Kums and Sadie. On deck, we have Sarah Joe Gam with JC Digger, and in the hole, we have Tim Naasz with Harvey.
All right, these two yesterday placed in the top 15. Waits for her cattle to come out. Now the time stops when she sends her dog or when the last cattle comes out. So, and these cows did not get that dog was there. So we're gonna have to either run them. She's got two options. She can pick them up and run them down to the alleyway, turn them around at the end of the alleyway and come back through. Or she can get them to go around the pin. Right now, she's just trying to get everybody to settle back down, figure out where the cattle want to go. So that's what she's, well, one went through the pin, the other two down the alleyway. That's perfectly fine. Now she has crossed the line, so she wants to turn them around and get them to go back. And this cow is not going to play nice, but Katie is working very hard to get this cow to not want to come over here. And the cow seems to get up here and do a sharp turn and slip and fall a little bit. The cows get excited just like the dogs. Katie got a little excited on that one. Very nice. There we go. Now, I believe we are good. I didn't want to jinx that one. We got everybody through the alleyway like we should. And Becky's going to do what she can to help her dog in this little corner here. This obstacle is not till later, but what she wanted to do is keep everybody on the fence line and was hoping that they would just go straight to the next corner, which it's working out that way. So she is working right now on obstacle number 3, and she has to enter on that side and then exit through the 2 barrels. And then Becky's doing what she can to get the cattle not to come to this corner all the way, which you get them to stop, help Katie out a little bit, which is nice, always nice to see when you can help your dog to help your dog. Entering this box obstacle and out. When they're doing a very good job of making up time from the beginning. Everything right now is going smooth. Now we have to go through the weave. The handler's trying to keep everybody on this fence line because that way it's easier to enter the weave and exit. And she can help her dog, and it's very nice. She got there just in the nick of time to get that cattle head. Now, this is where Becky has to do some footwork. There she does, because she has to watch this top hole and still helped her dog on that side, and she did a nice job. She's getting this, probably one of the smoother ones we have seen, getting them in and doing the sort. Very nice run.
That completes Becky Kums' run with Sadie with a time of 3 minutes and 43 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Sarah Joe Gam with JC Digger. On deck, we have Tim Naasz with Harvey, and in the hole, we have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie.
Good morning, everyone. We certainly welcome you to the 2026 National Western Stock Show Cattle Dog Trial. This is day 2 of our open class. We have a nice crowd, and I see you've got sunshine on the stands. So we're going to take a minute and explain the course to you. I've got out there a cow that looks like a human being, but his name is Garrett Puit. He's the son of one of my superintendent team, and he's going to demonstrate the course. The cattle, as you've noticed, are getting set out up in the corner. They have to be brought around this obstacle here, and they're scoring per head. They score 10 points per head, and they actually score on their tail. When their tail passes the score line, they get 10 points. So right now, at that yellow tape, Garrett will get 10 points, and now he's got to go into this box over here made up of barrels. And as he comes out of that box, he gets 10 more points. Then we got to drive him all the way across the course to the barrel on the far side. When he gets there, he's got to go around that barrel in a counterclockwise direction. And he doesn't score until he crosses a line between the barrels. There, he scored there. Now we got to bring him over to the other barrel, take him around this barrel in a clockwise direction, and he scores on a line between the barrel and the crowd. So he scored there. Now across the course again, this time to the obstacle that's up against the fence there. And that obstacle's up against the fence largely to hold that alley up that we've created there. And this we call a weave. He's going to go into the weave. And as he comes out of the weave, he'll score. He's done this as fast as anybody today, so this is impressive. Anyway, now the last obstacle is 2 obstacles. He has to get in the obstacle. That's a pen. Gets 10 points for getting in the pen. And now he's only one person, so we can't split him. So we'll bring his dad in, and we'll show you. Then it's a sort. Now there's 3 head in there usually, so they have to sort 2 out one way and 1 out the other way. We don't care which way they go. And when the last tail goes out after the sort, the time ends, and you guys give them a huge round of applause. That's not a huge round of applause. Let's try again. Huge round of applause. All right, thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Enjoy yourself. By the way, if you see a handler and you have a question, these guys are really, really friendly. And most of the dogs are really, really friendly. So don't hesitate to stop them and ask a question, unless they're about to go into the ring and run. Again, thank you very much for coming, and we'll get on with our trial.
Thank you for that. It's always hard to explain when something goes wrong on which directions they need to be. So that was really nice of stopping everything and doing the example course for everybody. Hopefully you got to be able to see it and hear what was going on. This is this team here placed in the top 25 yesterday. So not a very good run. Both of them did get all of their points. So that is a good thing. So we'll see how we could do today. We do not want the cattle to go into this first. There we are. All right. She got them blocked off so they didn't go into that obstacle. So the first one is down this little alleyway here and into the corner. At this point in time, the handler can step up and help in any way possible as long as the handler stays in its box. This dog has to play really big circles on this because these cows are starting to spread out pretty far. We got one cow that's wanting to lead the way and the other 2 that are not wanting to follow. So this dog's got to go back and forth and work a big circle on this just to get the cows to get back together to head the right direction. And we got one little cow that just is testing the dog to see what the dog's going to do, a little interested in the dog. So this dog's got to work on this cow a little bit just to let it know that it does not need to go that direction. It needs to go with the other ones. And the dog did win, and there was a little teamwork from the handler and the dog to get that cow to go the right direction. And so now we need to make sure that they get in between the barrel, which you would think would be super easy just to get your dog to loop around and get these cows stopped. But sometimes these cows get on these runs and they just do not want to pay attention to where the dog is. So this dog did a nice job of getting them stopped. Dog did a little bit of a heel bite, just letting the cow know that this is a time event. We kind of want to go a little bit faster in that direction. That is a nice job. And it's always hard to have the handler see if the cows are going to make it, if they're running the right direction, where to put the dog. When things are going fast, it's hard to put everything in perspective and to move. So that was really good for the handler just to keep the dog lie down so nobody went off course on that one. That was really nice. So handler's going to step up. She's going to push the cows on her end. Now this part right here is where the handler has to step up and do a job as well. And if you, as the handler, mess up this sort and you let the cows out too many and the dog has to restart over, I would not want to be in the car ride for that one. So she is not going to mess up. The dog will not be mad at her. The dog is doing a nice job. Sarah Jo did her part in stopping them, blocking her area. She did a very good job. And it shows that even if you have a little bit of a slow run, a little bit of a cow giving you fit, you always can finish in full scores and good time.
That completes Sarah Joe Gam's run with JC Digger with a score of 210 points and a time of 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Up next, we have Tim Naasz running with Harvey. On deck, we have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie. And in the hole, we have John Hullman with Moon.
All right. Yesterday, this team here ran in the top 15. So I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, it was the top 15 that this dog ran. Yesterday, all but 4 people got full scores. So yesterday was a nice run, and it looks like we're going to be doing that as well today. So far, we are getting a good start on the morning. Everybody seems to be finishing up. Hopefully I did not jinx anybody. Handler's going to help his dog a little bit by getting these cows out of the corner. First and second obstacle are finished. And unfortunately, we've got one cow that's going to head off into the corner. So this always makes it difficult for the dog to try to get, when the cows start splitting up like that. It's pretty difficult where the dog has to be in 2 places at once. So now the handler has to figure out which one is more important. So he picked up the 2 cows and brought them back to where the 1 cow was at. And the dog had a hard time trying to get underneath there as quick as possible. So there he goes. Now he's getting underneath there. And off to that far corner, which, as I'm referring to, is the half figure 8. So as you see these dogs do it, it does look like a figure 8. When they start out, they don't finish it that way. And this 1 cow is giving this dog a hard time. And this dog is really focused on winning. They're just not wanting to stay together today on this group. And the dog did not touch that cow at all. That's that one spot, that tricky spot that these cows keep thinking they can turn as fast as they want on that, and they slip and fall. Luckily, the dog got out of the way, and then the cow didn't fall on the dog, but that's that tricky spot right there in the corner. Now we're getting somewhere. Now this dog is getting him heading the right direction. And then 1 cow really went. And unfortunately, this run is not working out like this team wanted it to. These cows don't want to stay together, and it's really frustrating on the dog and really frustrating on the handler. He keeps trying to get these cows to bunch back up and then start over, and just not working out. He's trying to get these cows to go to the third obstacle, which is the far barrel in the corner. Now, I've seen this work before where the handler has taken the cattle down the alleyway just so that they stay on that fence line, and it's been working out. So hopefully this can work out for both of them, where they just take them down the fence line. And unfortunately, it's not working out like he wanted to. But this dog is not giving up. He is giving it all. These courses today are 8 minutes long. The handler gets 8 minutes for the open class, and right after the open class, I believe they were going to take a 20-minute break and start the intermediate. In the intermediate class, there is 22 dog and handlers, and tomorrow, Monday, they will have I believe it's Monday is all of them. So I believe it's I do apologize. It's the open finals. The top 20 dogs from yesterday and today will be in the open. I'm going to stop real quick. He did it. He got the cows to go through, and now they're coming out. This is looking like the way it needs to be. Oh, they were going to go right in the way, but he did get past the third obstacle. Now he's working on this fourth one of getting him in the corner into the box. So tomorrow is the intermediate second round, and then they have the open final. The top 20 dogs from yesterday and today will run in the final open, and that is tomorrow. Today, after this open second run, is the intermediate. And it does look like he got through the fourth obstacle, and that dog worked very hard to get those cows to do what it wanted to do. That dog and handler just kept pegging at it and got it done. And now they're going through the weave. Once again, those cows like that weave, so they do like it. So that was an easy obstacle for the both of them. Now he gets to step up and help his dog, which this dog is probably really happy to see the handler step up and get some help. He wants them to go into the pin, and hopefully they'll just continue to walk in. He had to push his dog off. The dog kind of pushed the cows on top of him. So now this is where it gets tricky. So it's a pin and a sort. So if that one cow gets in there and starts walking across, then the handler has to go and stop that cow from exiting. So leaving the dog to have to do the work all by itself, just like that. So unfortunately, what I was just explaining just happened. The handler couldn't get there to stop it, so the cows just walked right through. So the handler has to be in two places at once when something like that happens, and it's unfortunate that it does happen. So we're going to try it again. Everybody's still calm. No one's worked up. When I say that, the cattle, I'm going to just try to get them to go back into the opening. There we go. And the dog did stop. No, he's not going to be able to stop him. So now we got to start over with it again. And I know that the time is coming to an end, so hopefully he can work in getting them in, and there we are. Now we've got the pin. So now he's going to send his dog to stop. So now he's going to swap position. Oh, he did. He ran out of time. So he did get the pin, but he didn't get the sort. It does look like, but he's going to finish off since he's got him in there, because I don't think he heard that he ran out of time. So he did get the pin, but he's not going to be able to get to the sort because they did yell time.
That completes Tim Naasz's run with Harvey for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 180 points. We will now have Jeff Mandorf with Fergie on deck. We have John Hullman with Moon. And in the hole, we have Sarah Joe Gam with Carrie.
10, 8.
All right, we are apologizing. We lost our mic.
That completes John Hullman and Moon's run with a score of full 210 points and a time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Up next, we'll have Sarah Joe Gam with Carrie. On deck, we have Cappy Pruitt with Reba. And in the hole, we have Keith Gillian with PR Rue.
All right, sorry about that. We lost audio for a little bit. We're seeing if it is going to continue to work, so just give us a few minutes. All right, she didn't even really have to send her dog out too far. The dog just had to go out just a little bit and be a blocker. Cattle saw her and changed their direction, and they are on a good route to where they need to be. First obstacle, they just walked right through. Now this is the handler's second run of the day. Yesterday, this handler and dog placed in the top 20 yesterday. Full points, top 20. All right, we're back, and it does look like that this run is running very smooth. The dog's been sitting in the right spot at the right right spot at the right time. The handler is reading the cattle very well on this go around. Everybody's staying together. Everybody is staying calm. The handler gets to step away and help. Everybody's just gonna hopefully just continue to walk in. Now the handler has to do the sort. Very, very nice. That was a very smooth run. Sorry we couldn't visit about it. We got some of the problems figured out over here.
That completes Sarah Joe Gam with carry for a time of 2 minutes and 36 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Cappy Puit with Reba. On deck, we have Keith Gillian with PR Roo. And in the hole, we have John Hullman with Eli. That now puts Sarah Joe in second place.
Very nice. All right, the next dog and handler that are stepping in. Cappy is one of 4 that helped put all of this on. So if you see Cappy on the weekend, anytime this week, anytime this year, please thank him for helping with all this. It's a lot of hard work to be putting this on. So this team here, placed in the top 10 yesterday. So full scores, top 10, and everything is looking good. First obstacle, very smooth. We need to be on the right side of the barrel, so the dog was trying to get them to go on the right side of the barrel. Very nice. He sneaked in there. Very, very good. So now we've got this half of a figure 8 that's happening that this dog and handler have gotten. Nice, smooth run going on so far. Everything is, the dog's playing off, the cattle are paying attention. The handler is putting this dog right where it needs to be. Now the weave. And this weave is a little hard to see. You're not sure if the cattle are going to hit the hole or they're going to come on the other side of it. So then they do it, and they can make it very nice. So all the way through. So now the handler is going to leave the post to go, or a little box, I shouldn't say post, our box that we can stand in. He's going to leave that to go assist his dog. And now right now the handler has 2 jobs. One, blocking the one side, and the other is to block this hole. So he got his pin points now. Now we need a sort. So the handler is going to do 1 out and 2 out the back. Now this sort can be either or, just as long as one cow goes on one side and one cow goes on the other. Very nice. That was a very nice run.
That completes Cappy Puit's run with Reba for a time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. That will put him in the lead. Up next, we have Keith Gillian running with PR Roo. On deck, we have John Hullman with Eli. And in the hole, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi.
We are halfway through our open class. Following this class, it will be the intermediate class. So this dog and handler unfortunately did not get full points yesterday. All right, we got 2 out. Now we have 1 out. Now the one's going to catch up with the 2, so everybody is starting out good. grouped up and ready to go. A little bit of an overflank and stop the cattle. We're getting them turned and going the right direction. Very nice. And as you can see in these runs, if you have a little bit of a problem in an obstacle, doesn't mean you're done. Doesn't, I mean, you can still get your full points. You can still get good time. You just got to stay, everybody stay together, stay calm, and keep moving forward. And it's really nice to see the handlers when they have multiple dogs, because each dog you have to handle different. So it's really nice to watch that when these handlers have multiple dogs running. Which Keith does have multiple dogs running, so it's always nice just to see how each dog runs different, how the handler handles it. Now we're working on the third obstacle. Kind of got a little bit of a, I wouldn't call it a standoff, just the cows just do not want to move off of that little land they have there. They are just determined to hold their ground. They're not putting a fight up with the dog. They just do not want to move. Some will speculate that the dog is overflanking and confusing the cows. I believe that this dog is working as hard as it can to work without getting in there, biting, blowing the cattle up, just going back and forth, keeping the cows moving forward. It's good to have a heel bite, and sometimes it is not, because you don't know how the cattle are going to react to a heel bite. And that one cow went on the wrong side of the barrel, so he's going to take the 2 points, or is he going to retry? That he hasn't declared to the judge if he's just taking those 2 points. He hasn't said anything, so I believe he is going to retry for full points on this obstacle. Now he's working on a third obstacle. If you've just joined us, this is the second day of open. There is 210 points. Each head cattle is worth 10 points. Our next obstacle that he's working on is that third one on the entering on the right-hand side of the barrel and coming out in between the 2 barrels. This obstacle is what we're referring to is a half figure 8. It is 2 separate obstacles, but it is looking like a half of a figure 8. He corrected it. He got all of his points on that one. Now he has to come out in between the barrels. And there we are. So he got all of his points for that. So now the next one is he has to go on the right-hand side of that barrel to get his entering on the 4th obstacle. And there we are. Now we're in the obstacle, and they all have to exit in between the crowd and that barrel. And then we're moving on to the other end of the arena to the weave. And I'm hearing everybody in the back behind me visiting and talking. And this dog is doing a very good job of keeping things just calm, not trying to get anybody to blow up, because once again, that dog could go in for a heel bite and make a mess of everything. He's playing it safe. He's going back and forth with everything. He's keeping the dog to go, wait to me, come by, just keep the motion going so that the cows know that he's back there and keep things flowing. He made it through, so now the handler can go and help the dog. And it looks like he really didn't even need to help this dog. It looks like this dog got everything under control. So we got him in the pen. So now what we have to do is, one is going to take the lead and leave. So we've got the sort. And it does look like a majority of these handlers are taking the 1 out and then the 2 out. That seems to be the most popular one. Very nice run. Like I said, these handlers and dogs do not give up. Even though it looks like things are going really, really bad, they keep going.
That completes Keith Gillian's run with PRU for a time of 6 minutes and 16 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have John Hullman running with Eli. On deck, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi. And in the hole, we have Jan Wagner with Zing.
John and Eli placed in the top 25 with full points yesterday. All right, he's getting everything set up and ready to go. And 3 cows are coming out, and they are coming out strong. They did a little bit of a slip on that. They were coming out really, really fast on that one, but the dog got them to stop, rethink things, slow them down, and got them going the right direction. Entered in just fine. Now we got to get them off of this pin here. Now the handler can help as long as he stays within this box. So the handler looks like he was helping out the dog as much as possible from the cows exiting. So he has not scored on this one yet. They just entered correctly, and now they've scored on this one. So obstacle 2 is down. He's got him heading in the right direction. Stopped him from going through the weave. The weave is not the next obstacle. So he's entering this obstacle. Now he has to exit by going around the barrel and through the 2 barrels, just like that. And now the next obstacle is that box. So you couldn't see it, but the handler was putting his hands out so that the cows knew that that was not the place to go. So the dogs always like a little bit of help. The handler did help his dog out. And this run is very smooth, very nice. Now through the weave. Everybody's doing a nice little trot. Everybody's staying together. The handler's got to do his part. Hands out, get everybody to stop. Recognize that there's another spot. And you notice that the dog was in the wrong spot and the cows were not going to go in if that dog stayed where it was at. The handler has to watch the cattle, watch the dog, figure out what obstacle we're in. Very nice sort on that. I knew that cow was wanting to go out, so we just let it happen all natural. So that was very nice. Very nice job.
That completes John Hullman with Eli, putting him in second place with a time of 2 minutes and 29 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Dwayne Hurlman running with Lexi. On deck, we have Jan Wagner with Zing. And in the hole, we have Tim Naasz with Mo. Jan Wagner with Zing will now go next.
All right, Michelle had to go get a dog ready to run. I'm filling in for a little while. And Dwayne's going to get a rerun on account of a calf that wasn't right. Okay, here's Jan Wagner and Zing. Zing's a young dog. And we'll see what he can do. Unfortunately, Jan's not 100% today, so her voice is not with her. And Zing is not really good on whistles. Now she's got to take him on the other side of that obstacle to clear the daylight line, turn him around and bring him back to get a score. Almost went in the pen. Jan's going to work to keep him from going into that corner. Dog took the wrong command. All right, she's got her points there. Cattle are pretty heavy to this back wall. That's where they come from and where they go to when they're starting and finishing a run, and it makes a difference. She's got them where she wants them now, though, I think. Thing is certainly not doing what Jan wants her to do.
There they go. They're finally moving. Zing it. Ooh. Zing's going to turn them back around.
Zing, right here, right here. Come by. Come by, Zing, right here. Come by. There, there. Lie down, lie down. Slow call. Lie down. Zing. Lie here, Zing. Come by. Come by. Right there.
Zing seems to have a mind of her own today. She's doing what she wants and not what she should. And she's out of time. So, which she's probably relieved for, actually. I think Jan's probably going to make
That
Zing.
completes Jan Wagner's run with Zing for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 110. Moving on, we have Tim Naasz running with Mo. On deck, we have Kent Herbel with Dodge, and in the hole, we have Jeff Meyers with Jean.
There we go. Tim Naasz joins us from South Dakota. A long-time participant here at the stock show. Running his dog, Mo. First two obstacles have proven to be pretty easy for most of these dogs. Now becomes the challenging part, driving them diagonally across the arena to go around the far barrel. Mo seems to want to bring him back. This looks to be a pretty good group of cattle. They're staying together. They're turning off the dog. Just that the dog can't seem to decide what it wants to do. Or maybe it's only doing what it wants to do. They're staying together nicely. A while back we had a couple of runs there that the cattle just didn't want to be together. These do, and that always makes it easier. And they're into the barrel. They don't score until they cross a line between these two barrels. Ooh, There, he got him. Nope. Now he's got to redo the whole thing. One of them went where it was supposed to, and the other two didn't. And given the number of full scores we've had today, you pretty much need to have a full score to be competitive. We'll have a finals tomorrow for the open class, only the open class. The other classes, we just determine the champion based on the sums of their 2 runs. And tomorrow, the top 3 each day automatically qualify. And after that, it's the sum of scores, which, because we've had so many perfect scores, will end up being a sum of times. Now he's got it. Now they've scored. Oops. Maybe let him go a little too long then. They've got to go around the other barrel in a clockwise direction, but they don't have to go clear around it. They'll score on a line between that barrel and the back fence. And then however they want to get to the next obstacle they may, they can go around the far barrel or between the barrels, doesn't matter. It's gotten cloudy here in Denver, which has made it, and there's a bit of a breeze, which has made it feel a little less comfortable. There aren't heavy clouds. The mountains to our west are in the sunlight, snow-capped and beautiful today. Now he's got him back there where he can score on that next barrel. So he's loaded the barrel obstacle now, and as they come past the barrel over there, they will score. It doesn't matter how they get to the fetch, or to the weave, excuse me. Dog's doing it. Ooh. That's tough. Where time matters so much in a course, even a little bobble like that hurts. I know from personal experience it happened to me with my dog Slink. Tim is actually. So Tim has decided to withdraw, take the points he's been awarded so far, and call it a day. I think Mo was not particularly interested in helping him out. Anyway, so much.
That completes Tim Naasz's run with Mo for a time of 8 minutes and a score of 120 points. We will now have Kent Herbel running with Dodge. On deck, we have Jeff Meyers with Jean, and in the hole, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori.
Kent Herbel to the line with his dog Dodge. Kent is from Oklahoma and is actually one of the 2 handlers we have in our open class today who make their living training dogs. Kent and his wife Lori travel all over the country. He's an incredible trainer and a incredible handler. See what he can do. He's off to a really good start. Ooh. I don't know what he was doing. Cattle came trotting down the alley when they were getting set out and have continued trotting out here. That's only good if they're trotting where you want them to, because otherwise they tend to get farther out of line with where you need them to be, and they tend to be harder to stop. Been a bit of this obstacle actually has proven to be a bit of a problem for the barrels, because some of the cattle see it and go in. They go in that obstacle much easier today than we thought they would. We tightened it up a lot since yesterday, but they still find the opening and they still charge right through. Looks like Kent's got them slowed down pretty well, and I'm guessing they'll find that entrance to that weave without any difficulty. And there they go in. And it has never been the case today that once they go in, they don't go out the right way. Now he's got to stop him. He can leave the handler's box. Stops him. He wants to turn him into this pen and sort. And he's very close to having him in. Now he does have him in, I think. He's got one. He's got one out. Calls his dog back. Drives the other two out the other end, and we have another full score for Kent, Herbel, and Dodge.
That completes Kent Herbel's run with Dodge for a time of 3 minutes and 29 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Moving on, we will now have Jeff Meyers running with Jean. On deck, we will have Michelle Castelline with Lori, and in the hole, we will have Bob Wagner with Swoop.
We've got Jeff Meyers back with his second dog, Jean. Again, the top 20 in this group, based on the results today and yesterday, will appear tomorrow in the finals. Tomorrow is a busy day. We're going to start with the intermediate classes second run, have then the open finals, and we will end the day with the nurseries dog second run. End the day and end the 2026 National Western Cattle Dog Trial. Well, these cattle know where they're going. They just scored Jeff 30 points. Uh-oh. There they go. And they've decided, two of them have decided to go backwards through the weave, which isn't going to hurt him any. Just make his dog have to work a little harder to get him up into that corner around the barrel. All right, here's sort of the nightmare situation we have when we're trialing a 2-1 split. One that seems determined to run around and two that are happy to stay together and stay behind. He's got them all together now. So let's see what Jean can do. Whoops, she's got him around there. Not sure she's scored on both of them yet. Now I believe she probably has. Saw a situation earlier today where we had one calf wanting to run more than the others. Not necessarily quite as much as this one. In that case, that running one sort of led the others and was one of our top scorers. This one, the others aren't keeping up. There we go. Got him through. Now wants to stop him and pin him. Calves are getting a little rambunctious and don't want to play. It's supposed to get warmer today. It doesn't feel warmer to me. They're calling for temperature in the 50s. But the wind has come up, the sun has gone away, and it actually feels cooler to me. Way. Trick here for him is going to be to slow him down enough going past that opening that they see the opening and turn in. He's got a dog in the good place, I think. It's a little bit of a risk where he is that the way these are running that they'll run through the obstacle. In order to get his pen points, they all have to be in the obstacle together. Saved that nicely. This is a tough situation. He's got cattle that want to run, don't particularly care about staying together, and he's got to keep them very tightly together to get them into this pen and sort obstacle. See where he is now? He's exactly where he wants to be to load it. But they start their high-speed movements once they're in there. No, he's going to be able to do it. He's got him in. Good job. I just got to let one or two out. You can do this sort either direction. It has to be a 2-1 split. Doesn't matter which way.
That completes Jeff Meyers' run with Jean. Time is 6 minutes and 35 seconds with a total full score of 210 points. Up next, we have Michelle Castelline with Lori. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Swoop. And in the hole, we have Sarah Joe Gam with BJ Buddy. That will complete Michelle Castelline's run with Lori with a total score of 210 points and a time of 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Up next, we will have Bob Wagner running with Swoop. On deck, we have Leonard Marorrow with Lyle. And in the hole, we have Becky Kums with Kate. That completes Bob Wagner's run with swoop for a time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we'll have Joe Gam running with BJ Buddy. On deck, we have Leonard Marorrow with Lyle, and in the hole, we have Becky Kums with Kate. That completes Sarah Joe Gam's run with BJ Buddy for a full score of 210 points and a time of 8 minutes. Next up, we have Leonard Marorrow with Lyle. On deck, we have Becky Kums with Kate, and in the hole, we have Bob Wagner with Spack.
All right. Moving on, the weather has been really nice today. Wind definitely died down. A lot of spectators are coming and going as the afternoon approach us. This is, if you're joining us or on and wondering kind of what's going on, this is second round for the Open. The course is worth 210 points. Each cow that goes through an obstacle or finishes the obstacle properly gets a 10 points. The cows come out. These cows are running right where it needs to be. These dogs have not had to make a full outrun. They are getting not even halfway. They're getting to the point. They're stopping and they're just blocking this side. So the handlers are sending them to a come by, blocking them, getting these cows to just walk nice around to the first obstacle, through the first obstacle. This is a box, also as the handler box. The handler cannot leave this box, but you can help while they're in this box. So this dog here gets them in and out, and these cows have been really nice. The dog is reminding the cows that this is a time event, so moving a little bit faster would be nice. Now these cows are headed, we're headed the right direction. Over there to that far barrel is where they need to be. They need to go on the right side of the barrel and around the barrel and then exit in between the two barrels. That dog and that cow had a face-to-face happening. The dog gave a little bit of a bite to let the cow know who's in charge, and then the dog backed off, which is very nice. You always want to see him do a clean bite, just like that dog did. Lyle is not taking the correct command right now, so the dog and handler are trying to regroup and get everything taken care of. Yesterday, Lyle did get... Yesterday, Lyle did not have a good day. They did not get any points yesterday, and they timed out. So today is a better day for Lyle and the handler. So we did get one cow to go through. Now the cow went back in. So now we got the cows out of that obstacle, and now they have to go back into this corner over here. And this cow and dog are going to have at it again. And this dog is standing its ground. It's not being mean to the cow. It's just doing nice, clean little nips at the cow to let the cow know that it needs to go the other direction. And the dog did win that one. And these dogs have not had any, we haven't had any dogs that are overly harassing the cattle, which means that they're just biting for no reason. They're getting in there for no reason. They are definitely staying off the cattle, doing what they need to do to defend themselves, doing what they need to do to get these cattle to move in the right direction. All right, now the handler can leave the post to go help. They're going to block this side. Now the handler has 2 jobs to do. They have to block this one side, and then they have to block this hole that's up here on the top. They don't want the cattle to get too worked up right here because they want to keep them calm so they can see the opening. He's got to push his dog off because the cows are not wanting to move because the dog is a little too close and they're really confused on what to do right now. So he did push his dog off just a little bit, redirected his dog so that these cows knew that the pressure was taken off. They can walk a little bit further. And now comes the sort. So now what they need to do is 2 cows, could come 2, and then 1 out the other end, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, just as long as there is some kind of sort. So he's going to block that one, then he's going to get his, redirect his dog so the dog gets out of the way. And this dog is locked in on that cow, and he's really confused on what's going on. Oh, there he goes. Now the handler got him to redirect, and time has stopped.
That completes Leonard Marorrow's run with Lyle for a time of 5 minutes and 24 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Moving on, we will now have Becky Kums running with Kate. On deck, we have Bob Wagner with Spack, and in the hole, we have Jeff Mandorf with Mick.
All right, this dog and handler finished in the top 15 yesterday. She waves for her sheep, or sorry, I do apologize, cattle. We're at a cattle trial, not the sheep trial. We're at a cow trial. She does wave for her cattle. They open it up, and here they come. All right, we had a nice slow run on the beginning of this one. Everything is going really smooth. We're keeping everything calm. Everybody's just doing a nice little trot. She was not going to take the right flank, so Becky had to lie her down for just a little bit, let her know that that was not what we needed to do. And then they came through the 2 barrels like they should, so they finished the 3rd obstacle. Becky pulled her dog way off, got in front of the cattle, let them stop, and now she is trying to get them into that corner. This dog is playing it very, very smart by playing off. Becky's putting this dog in the right position. All right, as this run is going and everything is going really, really smooth, and I shouldn't jinx her, so we'll just leave it at that. we are going to have the handlers meeting for the intermediate at 12:15, and we will be starting at 12:30. So intermediate will be starting at 12:30. So everybody on this one is staying very calm. Everybody is just trotting to the next one. Becky gets up there and stops them before they make it past that first panel. Studying everything. She light her dog down because let off the pressure. Let the cows know that they can turn just a little bit. Gets everybody put in. Now we always say this, the handler has one job right now. Don't let all of them out. Let 2 out, let 1 out, but don't let all of them. So Becky's gonna get behind them just because she was having a hard time. The cows, she was blocking the cows, so she got them repositioned so that the cows felt like they were okay to go out. She got it done. Very nice run.
That completes Becky Kums' run with Kate for a time of 3 minutes and 9 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Moving on, we now have Bob Wagner with SPAC. On deck, we have Jeff Mandorf with Mick. In the hole, we have Heather Mitz with Kate.
All right, Bob. Okay, I'm trying to look to see. Yesterday they got their full points and placed in the top 15. Bob is one of 4 that helped put this all together. So if you see him this weekend or even tomorrow, the whole year, just let him know we truly appreciate it. This is not an easy task putting this one on in such a large environment, getting everything here. Once again, when the dogs don't have to go a full all the way around, they get halfway to the top of the cows and they have to stop them. Just block them from where they don't want them to go, and they do not want them to go straight to the handler. They want them to go around this pin and down the alleyway. We got him in the corner, and Bob is going to help him get him out of this corner. Just like that. Bob cannot leave this little box, but he can help and assist his dog in any way he can. One. Nice and steady, he wants to go. We need them to go to that far corner. We need one. And this obstacle right here has been tricky for some dogs to get around. So it's kind of hard to get everything turned around with this obstacle here. The dogs aren't getting underneath the obstacle, going underneath the panels. They're going all the way around, which is messing some things up. And as you've seen before in these runs, a little mess up like this does not stop from finishing and finishing full points with a good time. It's just about how everybody just works together to get it done. The handler and the dog working together. So he is going to take the wrong route. Well, he's getting there, so it's really not the wrong route. He just took the wrong route. We just need to go to this far corner over here. And everybody's trotting right where they need to be. And unfortunately, that one cow went on the wrong side, so he does have to start over. He did get 2 head to go through the obstacle the right direction. He did not disclose to the judge that he wanted to take that, so he's going to retry, and now this dog is being blocked by the other obstacle, so he was having a hard time with that one as well. There we go. Now we're headed in the right direction, and all of them seem to be going, and I may have just jinxed him. We got to get this cow to turn, and the wrong side of the barrel again. It is frustrating. This dog is trying to get ahead of the cattle. This obstacle did play another part in that. Trying to get him ahead of it. It's an 8-minute course. He's about halfway through his time, so there is still time to do this. He is still on the 3rd obstacle. As of right now, 2 cows went the right direction, 1 cow did not. And it is very important in this stage to get all points. Everybody has been finishing with all their points. So Bob is still trying to get this 3rd obstacle. He wants to get his points. He has the time to get his points. He is going to do it. The dog is having a hard time because he's trying to get around, and these obstacles just seem to be in his way. This dog is a little bit tall to see underneath the panels, so he's not been able to sneak underneath the panels to make a quick stop like Bob is asking him to do. But this dog is tall, so trying to crawl underneath those is pretty hard for him. So now they're headed towards the corner. And this cow has been, the last cow has been the one that has been not going the right direction. Everybody is in the corner, so now he has to come out in between the 2 barrels. This is a half of a figure 8. There we are. Now we are moving on to obstacle number 4. Very nice. Another little bit of an overflank, so it stopped those 2 cows, but he's got them back in, headed the direction. There we are. Now we are working on the weave. These cows have been trying to get to this weave, and they made it into the weave. Now Bob is setting himself up so that he can be ready. So when this last cow comes out of this weave, he is ready to step up and be there for his dog. So his dog gets a little bit of a break right now, get everything to settle down. There we are. Everybody's just going to be nice. Now Bob has this one cow that he has got to stop from going out, or he loses that cow and he has to start over, which unfortunately did happen. He's got about 1.5 minutes to complete this. There is time to do it. Dog got in there, stopped it. Now Bob just needs to get in his position, and this cow is going to do the same thing it did last time, is he's going to just walk through this obstacle. I'm going to try going on the other side to see, and it deter this. Oh, and unfortunately, it is time.
That is going to complete Bob Wagner's run with SPAC for a score of 150 with a time of 8 minutes. Up next, we will have Jeff Mandorf running with Mick. On deck, we will have Heather Mitz with Kate. And in the hole, we will have Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi.
All right, yesterday, this handler and dog got all points and placed in the top 25, so. And Wavin let his cows out. These cows are walking nicely up the alleyway. We have 2 handlers left in this class, Jeff and another handler and dog. And then we will be breaking until 12:15 when we'll have the handlers meeting. And then at 12:30, we will have the intermediate first run. So 12:15 is the handlers meeting and 12:30 is the first run. The weather here has turned out to be very nice. The wind died down. The sun is out. It's starting to warm up just a little bit. This run is going smooth. Dog and cattle had to come to an agreement on who is in charge out there, and the dog did. Looks like it has won that battle, so we're going to keep moving forward. These cattle have liked this weave down there in that corner. That's where they want to go. And this dog's doing everything he can to get it from not going that direction. So we are past the 3rd obstacle. Now we need to go into this corner in the box. Which now the handler has the opportunity to bring everything down here, get everything together, and just travel down the fence line. And just in that direction. So we want to go on the left-hand side of the barrel and enter that obstacle, and to exit the obstacle, they have to go between the barrel and the crowd. And that dog did a great job of saving that cow from going on the wrong side of the barrel, so that was really nice. I want to stop that cow from going down and get him back up with the other 2 and into this weave that it seems like everybody enjoys the weave. So we're going to get into this weave. Now the handler can leave the post and go help. He stops him. Lies his dog down. In a situation like this, it's very nice just to have the dog be in that position. He's going to send his dog to stop that cow from walking all the way through. And he got the dog out, and I believe he got the everybody in and pinned. And very nice. He got it all done. Good time on that. All of his points.
That's going to go ahead and complete Jeff Mandorf's run with Mick for a score of 210 points and a time of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Now we'll have Heather Mitz with Kate. On deck will be Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi. Pardon me, Dwayne Hurlman. Hurlman. Third time's a charm.
All right, I do apologize. We did have a rerun from earlier. I do apologize. I had stepped away and did not see that one. So we will be, after this dog, we will have one more with the rerun. And this dog in handler. Is starting out really strong. Yesterday, this dog finished with a full points. Overflanked a little bit and got the cows a little confused on what the next step is and what's going to go happen next. And did it again. So now the cows are a little confused on what direction they were supposed to go. And we just need to regroup this. She's trying to get the dog to lie down. Bring everybody back, start over. There we are. Everybody just lie down, take a few minutes, start over. That's what we needed. Block them from going into their #1 spot. Every cattle really likes that. We've ran through this arena, really likes that weave. Now she knows she wants her dog to get in there, but she did not want that to happen. So she kept coasting her dog to go forward, to lie down, to go forward, because that's something she did not want to happen, and she knew that that was going to happen if the dog got a little in there, which it did. And there it is. All right, very nice. Made it to the third obstacle, and now we are going to go to the fourth, which is, if you're watching this, this is a half figure 8 on this one. Now they just have to go to the barrel closest to us on the other side of the arena. And she's going to do what a lot of the handlers have been doing is, once the cows come this direction, just have them come all the way down this direction, stop them down here, and try to get them just to walk the fence line. And these cows are not wanting to do that as nice and well as the others. Here we go. We did get him on the fence line. We reworked everything. No, she's just going to try to keep them in a slow walk because she keeps telling the dog easy. She does not want to happen. She doesn't want that dog to get in there. And these dogs don't mind this weave. She overflanked a little bit and stopped them. Might have been on purpose. She probably didn't want them to run through that weave fast, so they weren't coming out of there fast. Now she gets to leave and help. She is asking her dog just to lie down and get back so that it opens it up so that the cattle don't feel any pressure and they just walk back through there. She's going to walk down there. The cattle see her dog so they know that they can't walk too much. She's going to work her in. She got her in. The dog handled their in. Everybody's got in. Now she's got to make sure that she does not let those all three go out on one end. So now what it is, we got them in there. Now we have to do our sort. She's going to go to the other side. It's going to be easier to handle the cattle. The cattle are watching that side so the cows can see her. She got him out on that side. Now she's going to reflank her dog and have her call her dog to her. I guess she did. And then have her dog walk in. There we are. All right. She got all of her points and she finished within a good time.
That completes Heather Mitz's run with Kate for a time of 5 minutes and 14 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. We will now have Dwayne Hurlman running with Lexi.
And this here is our rerun. I'm not sure what happened last. Some of you have been probably watching this from the beginning and know more than I do, but I will let you know that this is a rerun from his run earlier. And this dog did finish full points, and I believe he finished third. So this dog is automatically in the finals tomorrow because he did finish yesterday in the top 3. So he is in, despite his run, which I have a great feeling he's going to do a nice job after watching him yesterday and all his other dogs. But despite what happens today, he will be in the final tomorrow. Got a nice run on the dog. This is where the cattle are slipping and sliding. The dogs aren't doing anything. These cows just try to stop, and they are sliding on there, and some of them are falling. Now we're working on the third obstacle here. We're having a little bit of an argument with the cattle on what direction they should be going. It's nice to watch when there's a face-off with the cattle and the dog, and, well, 1, the dog wins, and number 2, it's a clean bite. There's no dragging, there's no nothing. They just get in there, they bite, they release the pressure off. Unfortunately, it didn't work in that scenario. But have we seen this before where they just have a hard time getting to the next obstacle? They just regroup everything. The handler's doing what he can by just staying in his box. They get back on track. They get their full points and a good time. So we've seen this one before. And it looks like he's got that red cow that just really wants to get down here into this corner. And we're going to take about a 15-minute break after this run. And we are going to have the handlers meeting at 12:15 for the intermediate. And then we are going to start our first run at 12:30. He's really trying not. He keeps walking the dog up and lying the dog down. He doesn't want the dog to make connection because the last time he did, it really got that red cow worked up, and then the red cow just kind of ran past the dog, wasn't even respecting the dog at all. So he really just wanted to have that dog go back and forth, let the cow know that he's still present there and you're not going past. And didn't want him to blow up. And it worked in that scenario, so let's see if we can get them at facing this far corner. The handler is doing everything he can to help his dog without stepping out of that box. So what he's going to do is walk these cows. Hopefully they'll just walk down the fence line to that corner. He's got plenty of time. I don't know what the time is up in the stand up there next to the judge, but I'm going to say he's got about 4 minutes left, and this dog is working really hard on getting this cow to turn around. And he did it, so now that cow knows. The handler's putting his hands out, clapping his hands. You can do any of that inside this box. The handler just cannot step outside the box, and he can make all the noises he wants, clap, do everything he can just to get these cows to move as well. Unfortunately, this red cow is not wanting to play nice, which is the luck of the draw. He did get him under control, stopped everything, got him under control once before. He's got time to do it again. Down the fence line, he did get it back under control, got everybody. He went through the fourth obstacle. Now everybody is facing the right direction to go through the weave. And once he gets into, all of them are in the weave, and once that last cow exits the weave, now he can go and help his dog if need be. And it does look like that dog is going to need some help with that red cow. He doesn't. That dog did what he needed to do to get it done. That seemed to be the easiest obstacle today. Now he's got to get one of them out. So he just needs to do a sort on this. So one cow has to exit, and then the other, and it doesn't matter how it happens. Just as long as 2 cows at that end. Oh, unfortunately, all of them. Oh, I can't see. Nope, he didn't lose it yet. He still has. There it is. All right, I couldn't see it over there, but he did. He got 1 cow out on that end. And now he's got to get the other 2 out on this end. He's getting into a fight with that red one again, but they did it. They got out. Full points.
That completes Dwayne Hurlman's run with Lexi for a time of 6 minutes and 51 seconds and a total full score of 210 points.
12:15 we're going to meet for the intermediate, and at 12:30 we will be starting the intermediate class. Handlers meeting 12:15.
All right, folks, we're going to take a little bit of a break in between, but we will be back at 12:30 for the intermediate stock dog trials. We look forward to seeing you there. For all handlers, there will be a meeting at 12:15 for intermediate. We will now be having our intermediate handler meeting. Folks, we are getting ready to start the intermediate runs for the Stock Dog Trials. First up is going to be Catherine Hadley running with Nessie. On deck, we're going to have Brooke Jensen with Otis. And in the hole, we're going to have Claudia Yearsley with Tick. Intermediate handlers, we will be starting very, very soon.
All right, it looks like we are going to start. The first handler to start this office is just stepped into the arena, getting everything ready to go. Cows are down in the alleyway. This is the first run for the intermediate. So tomorrow, I will go over that. Starting at 7:30, they will have their second run. Following that will be the open finals. They'll take 20 dogs from the open, and then after that they will do the nursery class. So tomorrow's going to be a full day, all day down here, starting with intermediate at 7:30. So starting out, you send your dog, she sent the dog on a come by. They need to come down and go through that obstacle. That is not the first obstacle, but it is a good obstacle just to keep them on the fence line. So they need to come down and go clockwise around the pin. Their first obstacle is done. This first obstacle is down that alleyway. This is a box. This is where the handlers have to stand if they want to continue to get their full points. They can help out any way inside this box. So they're inside this box and they can help out any way they can as long as they don't step out of the box. And unfortunately, they did not get the points. So they have to enter on that side that they just exited on, and then they have to exit between us and that barrel on the left-hand side. So we're going to re-enter. We got that done. So now they are in the box, and now they have to exit. Right there. And then they're going to walk down the fence line. Now, the next through two obstacles are a box. So they just have to continue walking down the fence line, which sounds easier than it is, but the second, third, and fourth obstacles are boxes. So they just have to enter and exit, but they do have to enter and exit a specific way. And we are having some problems with the cattle wanting to get away from this corner. Now, this is where intermediate is different from open. It is the same as nursery. If the dogs are struggling, the handler can step out of the box and go help their dog. With that, as soon as they step out and help their dog, they are taking points off each cattle head. So as of right now, each cattle is worth 10 points. If the handler steps out of the box and goes help their dog, the cattle become 5 points per head. So you can help your dog if it needs be, you just lose points. If you just talk to her dog about calming down, let's get everything back together. This dog is working hard. These cattle are just refusing to leave this corner. And she does have 8-minute course, and she has plenty of time to get through this course. Even with this little hang up right here in the corner, she still has plenty of time. Just like that. There she goes. All right, now we have to enter this next obstacle right there. There is the entering line, and they have to exit there. So she did get the third obstacle down. Now the fourth obstacle is just straight across. So the cows do have to enter there and exit there. So all of them, now that obstacle is finished. Then they go through the weave. And if you've been watching the open, you know that the cows do not have a problem entering and exiting this weave. This is their favorite obstacle. All right, now the handler can leave the post, and she is leaving the post. She does not lose any points. This is where the handler is okay to leave her box. Sorry, I call it a post, her box. She is leaving, but she does not lose her points. She gets to help her dog any way that she can. So this is not a sort, so she just has to load them, and then she has to exit them through the same way they loaded. So as soon as they exit, a very nice run. She is finished. That was a good way to start it.
Go ahead and complete Catherine Hadley's run with Nessie with a time of 4 minutes and 24 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Moving on, we will have Brooke Jensen running with Otis. On deck, Claudia Yearsley with Tick. And in the hole, we have Leland Town with Cash. That's going to complete Brooke Jensen's run with Otis with a time of 5 minutes and a total full score of 210 points. We will now have Claudia Yearsley running with Tick. After, on deck, we will have Leland Town with Cash. And in the hole, we have Dan Siebert with Lightning. That completes Claudia Yearsley's run with Tick for a time of 7:59 and a total full score of 210 points. Excuse me. Next up, we're going to have Leland Town running with Cash. On deck, we have Dan Serbert with Lightning, and in the hole, we have Eric Rebel with Chisholm. That's going to finish up Leland Town's run with cash for a time of 3 minutes and 17 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Next up, we're going to have Dan Sieber enter with Lightning. On deck, we have Eric Herbel with Chisholm. And in the hole, we have Mickey Spence with Patsy. Mickey Spence with Patsy. That's going to finish up Dan Serbert's run with Lightning for a score of 75 points in a time of 8 minutes. Next up, we're going to have Eric Rubble with Chisholm. On deck, we have Mickey Spence with Patsy, and in the hole, we have Sue Graham with Ike. That's going to wrap up this run with Eric Ruppel and his dog Chisholm for a time of 6 minutes and 22 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we're going to have Mickey Spence running with Patsy. On deck, we have Sue Grimm with Ike. And in the hole, we have Sierra Holt with Slip. That's going to finish up Mickey Spence's run with Patsy for a score of 105 points and a time of 8 minutes. We'll now have Sue Grimm running with Ike. On deck, we have Sierra Holt with Slip, and in the hole, we have Savannah Wyrick with Thule. That's going to complete Sue Grimm's run with Ike with a time of 4 minutes and 39 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. Next up, we're going to have Sierra Holt running with Slip. On deck, we have Savannah Wyrick with Thule. And in the hole, we have Mickey Spence with Pearl. That's going to wrap up Sierra Holt's run with slip with points of 75 and time of 8 minutes. Next up, we're going to have Savannah Wyrick with Tui. Next up on deck, we have Mickey Spence with Pearl. And in the hole, we have Claudia Yearsley with Skid. All right, folks, we're going to list off the top 20 handlers that are advancing into the open final qualifying round for tomorrow. In no particular order, we have Dwayne Hurlman, Cappy Pruitt, John Hullman, Dwayne Hurlman. Oops. Let me go ahead and repeat that with the dogs' names. In no particular order, we have Dwayne Hurlman with Quinn, Cappy Pruitt with Reba, John Hullman with Eli, Dwayne Hurlman with Lexi, Jeff Meyers with Tate, Becky Kums with Kate, Joe Gam with Carrie, Leonard Marorrow with Gus, Bob Wagner with Slink, Kent Herbel with XP Lexi, Becky Kums with Sadie, John Hullman with Moon, Kent Herbel with Dodge, Keith Gillian with Rockin' G Angus, Jeff Mandorf with Mick, Michelle Castelline with Lori, Bob Wagner with Swoop, Joe Gam with JC Digger, Jane Wagner with Zenny, and Joe Gam with BJ Buddy. Congratulations. That's going to be Savannah Wyrick and Tui with a time of 7 minutes and 41 seconds and a total full score of 210 points. After, we're going to have Mickey Spence running with Pearl. On deck, we have Claudia Yearsley with Skid, and in the hole, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie. Alrighty, that's going to finish up that run with Pearl and Mickey Spence for a time of 6 minutes and 45 seconds and a score of 190 points. Up next, we have Claudia Yearsley running with Skid. On deck, we have Sierra Holt with Gracie, and in the hole, we have Nick Proud with Dietz. 4 minutes and 29 seconds, and full marks with 210 points. Moving on, we'll have Sierra Holt running with Grace. On deck, we have Nick Proud with Dietz, and in the hole, we have Dan Siebert with Sis. That's going to wrap up Dan Siebert's round with Sis for a total of 105 points and a time of 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Up next, we're going to have Mickey Spence running with Flo. On deck, we have Ethan Staley with Toby, and in the hole, we have Catherine Hadley with Echo. All right, that's going to wrap up Mickey Spence's run with flow at a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds and a score of 135 points. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break, but after that 5-minute break, we're going to go ahead and run Ethan Staley with Toby. On deck is Catherine Hadley with Echo, and in the hole is Kaylee Cockcroft with Hazard. Once again, Alrighty, we're going to jump back into the swing of things here with Ethan Staley and his dog Toby. On deck, we have Catherine Hadley with Echo, and in the hole, we have Haley Cockcroft with Hazard. That's going to go ahead and complete Ethan Staley's run with Toby for a time of 6 minutes and 34 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Moving on, we will now have Catherine Hadley running with Echo. On deck, we have Haley Cockcroft with Hazard, and in the hole, we have Janine Jones with Y. Alrighty, that's going to wrap up Catherine Hadley's run with Echo for a time of 5 minutes and 6 seconds and a full score of 210 points. Up next, we're going to have Haley Crockroft with Hazard. On deck, we have Janine Jones with Y, and in the hole, we have Dan Siebert with TJ. That's going to wrap up Haley Cockcroft running with Hazard with a time of 8 minutes and points of 105. Moving on, we're going to have Janine Jones run with Y. Next on deck is Dan Siebert with TJ, and in the hole we have Dominic Troutman with Rip. Once again, a reminder for all handlers, there will be an intermediate meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. Alrighty, that was Janine Jones with Y for a time of 5 minutes and a full score of 210 points. Next up, we're going to have Dan Siebert run his dog TJ, and on deck we have Dominic Troutman with Rip. Alrighty, that's going to finish up Dan Siebert's run with TJ for a time of 6 minutes and 5 seconds and a score of 115 points. Moving on, we're going to go ahead and bring in Dominic Troutman with his dog Rip. Once again, folks, just as a reminder, we will have the intermediate meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a reset and redo this round. So once we put the cattle back, we'll hit that reset button. Alrighty, that's going to wrap up that round of Dominic Troutman with his dog Rip of a time of 8 minutes and a score of 135 points. That's going to conclude our intermediate dog run trials for the day. However, we encourage you to all return tomorrow. At 8 o'clock for the handlers.